The moment is upon us, Kairos has arrived. Welcome everybody to the Space of Frankenstein. Here today, we will be taking a look at continuing Dead Space right after starting our embarkation on Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, one of the hallmarks of all, well, I suppose you could say creature fiction. Going all the way back to 1831, which is the edition that we'll be reading, as it has a few modifications from the original, and I think that it's well worth taking the time with that one, and maybe at some point in the future we'll compare the two, the original and the modified, updated version. Pairing very well with that, Dead Space itself was also something of a hallmark for the horror action industry, or at least genre, of gaming, wherein it gave us quite the tangible plunge into not only sci-fi, but something quite near Lovecraftian in its presentation, as we have already described and seen in the first part of the last stream. And we're getting up onto some of the most, interesting bits. Having went through quite a bit of commentary and review, collaboration, and conjunction of things like religion, transformation, what you might think of as something like forced evolution, if you could call it so, or at least the convergence of biologic forms into a different sort of biomass, and the depths of human tenacity. But as always, we begin the stream right thereafter with a little bit of housekeeping. I would first like to apologize for being a little bit late this morning, or this night, depending on which perspective you'd like to take on it. I did have a little bit of difficulty with the internet, but no matter, we will be extending our time that little bit longer so that we can compensate for it. As far as the why and the how for Frankenstein, I think it would be worthwhile in talking about that. As has been mentioned fairly casually throughout some of the previous streams, and especially the last stream, I believe, whenever we were describing some of the perspectives on the Communist Manifesto, finishing that one out, I am a post-humanist. And what that amounts to, at least in my particular tradition, as it is quite the emergent field of thought, an emergent tradition of thought, that I think was complementary to humanism back in the Enlightenment period, when that was coming to the fore, and the center of the universe, so to speak, and at least some traditions of humanism, was placed on the, well, I should say better, epicenter of the universe was placed on humanity, the anthropos, us Homo sapiens, and everything was held as a measure against us. Everything was put in relation to us, much as the singularity of all things that we have concern for, not only in the subjective sense, but also in the objective sense. Literally placing all of our considerations here, in the past, and into the future, in the hands of we. Metaphysically, ontologically, what the universe is, and what the beings in that universe are, I think was a grievous mistake. And this is coming from a person who was very humanist for quite some time, on his journey through becoming irreligious, to not delve into that topic too much as a non sequitur to the point. And what the alternative can be. is realizing the ecology of all beings, of all constituents, of all elements that come together to make the whole of what we experience in reality, which is the primary thrust of all of my intellectual pursuits, all of my philosophic desires, all of my pushing in all of the fictitious works, the creative works that represent me and embody my ideations. Because that's simply the case. None of us are disconnected, and neither are we the epicenter of anything, metaphysically, ontologically, epistemically. We are but part of it, not to say that we can't have a significant participation in it. And that's where the modernist kind of flow takes its point. I don't believe that simply because of our lack of epicentricity as humans, we can't be objective. We are composed of objects. We are objects in and of ourselves. And therefore, we produce purpose. Living things do that. And Mary Shelley's Frankenstein grants a, depending on how you read it, of course, a very, very good introductory perspective to what posthumanism can be. From the perspective of the monster, as we will soon discover. In the very first full-length novel we will be doing here, which does entail more than just a couple of videos, though we will move on from Dead Space. I plan on only playing that for 3 sessions. But as we move through this, as we go about it, I have personally read, or at least listened to in audiobook form, the work of Frankenstein as not just a phenomenal piece of literary history, not only as a piece of, effectively science fiction in the early 1800s, in the the original one was released even earlier than the 30s, but ultimately as a guide, as a rejection from the perspective of the monster, of the epicentricity and the exceptionality of humanity. The idea that all of the characteristics that we consider to be essential differentiae of humans can only be and are only possessed by humanity, even if other differentiae and similaria, these things that distinguish and unite as a universal category, are not possessed by others. At least in the immediate. Not to say that that can't happen. As best represented in the unnamed monster. Which, considering the language, the connotations and denotations of the term monster, I use this more in a nominal sense. I use it in the sense as the book portrays it, rather than my personal commitment to any perception of monstrosity within the thing of what we call the monster. I think rather that they do represent some of the things, the essences, that we see the most thoroughly, that we identify the most thoroughly with humanity. Just reflected back at us. In a form, in a disposition, a hexis, a having, that is not our own as we think of it. The recognition that we are neither exceptional, nor were we designed. We were not made any different, or by any different means. than any of the beings around us, any of the animals about us. Because nothing but ourselves and the things that can enact agency built could be built by. And that relates to Dead Space in a number of ways, as we will perhaps dig into and correlate a few things with, on the basis of its perspectives on the what could easily be perceived of, and I would agree with, toxicity of religion, of faiths, of blind following of things that are yet to be understood, the diving, the thrusting into things that are so far beyond the clasp, the grasp, the hold of us yet. Not to mention all of the horrors that can follow. The actual horrors, the real monsters. Where are they? We'll find out. Well, without further ado, let's actually get into the beginning of Frankenstein. Now, everything should be set up just right. Excellent, okay. And I think that we will perhaps take a recess before we get into Steam with the game there, Dead Space, since the internet has been a little bit interesting. But Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, by the author of The Last Man, Perkin Warshak. I will begin zooming in here. I won't put us through the same bothers as last. By the author of The Last Man, Perkin Warbeck, and etc., etc., etc. Revised, collected, and illustrated with a new introduction by the author. London. Henry Kahlberg and Richard Bentley. New Burlington Street. Bell and Bradfute. Edinburgh. And Coming, Dublin. 1831. Now that's the tumult with actually zooming in. Oh, those were images, I see. It goes to show that I'm actually listening to the audiobook, rather. I think I will re-record it, since I'm not sure what the flow of things are, and it was quite disconcerted there before. Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, by Mary W. Shelley, author of The Last Man, Perkin Warbeck, etc., etc. Revised, corrected, and illustrated with a new introduction by the author. London. Henry Kahlberg and Richard Bentley, New Burlington Street. Bell and Bradfute, Edinburgh. Bell and Bradfute, Edinburgh. And Coming, Dublin, 1831. Read by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold. December 10th, 2024. Introduction. Introduction. The publishers of the Standard Novels, in selecting Frankenstein for one of their series, expressed a wish that I should furnish them with some account of the origin of the story. I am the more willing to comply, because I shall thus give a general answer to the question, so frequently asked me, how I, when a young girl, came to think of, and to dilate upon, so very hideous an idea. It is true that I am very averse to bringing myself forward in print, but as my account will only appear as an appendage to a former production, and as it will be confined to such topics as have connection with my authorship alone, I can scarcely accuse myself of a personal intrusion. I can scarcely accuse myself of a personal intrusion. It is not singular that, as the daughter of two persons of distinguished literary celebrity, I should very early in life have thought of writing. As a child I scribbled, and my favorite pastime, during the hours given me for recreation, was to write stories. Still, I had a dearer pleasure than this, which was the formation of castles in the air, the indulging in waking dreams, the following up trains of thought, which had for their subject the formation of a succession of imaginary incidents. My dreams were at once more fantastic and agreeable than my writings. In the latter, I was a close imitator, rather doing as others have done, than putting down the suggestions of my own mind. What I wrote was intended at least for one other eye, my choice. What I wrote was intended at least for one other eye, my childhood's companion and friend, but my dreams were all my own. I accounted for them to nobody. They were my refuge when annoyed, my dearest pleasure when free. I lived principally in the country as a girl, and passed a considerable time in Scotland. I made occasional visits to the more picturesque parts. I made occasional visits to the more picturesque parts, but my habitual residence was on the blank and dreary northern shores of the Tay, near Dundee. Blank and dreary, on retrospection I call them. They were not so to me then. They were the very eyrie of freedom, and the pleasant region where, unheeded, I could commune with the creatures of my fancy. I wrote then, but in a most commonplace style. It was beneath the trees of the grounds belonging to our house, or on the bleak sides of the woodless mountains near, that my true compositions, the airy flights of my imagination, were born and fostered. I did not make myself the heroine of my tales. Life appeared to me too commonplace an affair as regarded myself. I could not figure to myself that romantic woes or wonderful events would ever be my lot, but I was not confined to my own identity, and I could people the hours with creations far more interesting to me at that age than my own sensations. After this, my life became busier, and reality stood in place of fiction. My husband, however, was far from the first, very anxious that I should prove myself worthy of my parentage, and enroll myself in the page of fame. He was forever inciting me to obtain literary reputation, which even on my own part I cared for then, though since then I have become infinitely indifferent to it. He was forever inciting me to obtain literary reputation, which even on my own part I cared for then, though since I have become infinitely indifferent to it. At this time he desired that I should write, not so much with the idea that I could produce anything worthy of notice, but that he might himself judge how far I possessed the promise of better things hereafter. Still, I did nothing. Traveling and the cares of a family occupied my time, and study in the way of reading or improving my ideas in communication with his far more cultivated mind was all of literary employment that engaged my attention. In the summer of 1816, we visited Switzerland and became the neighbors of Lord Byron. We spent our pleasant hours on the lake, or wandering on its shores, and Lord Byron, who was writing the third canto of Childe Harold, and Lord Byron, who was writing the third, and Lord Byron, who was writing the third canto of Childe Harold, was the only one among us who put his thoughts upon paper. These, as he brought them successively to us, clothed in all the light and harmony of poetry, seemed to stamp as we divine the glories of heaven and earth, whose influences we partook with him. But it proved a wet, ungenial summer, and incessant rain often confined us for days to the house. Some volumes of ghost stories, translated from the German into French, fell into our hands. There was the history of the inconstant lover, who, when he thought to clasp the bride to whom he had pledged his vows, found himself in the arms of the pale ghost of her whom he had deserted. There was the tale of the sinful founder of his race, whose miserable doom it was to bestow the kiss of death on all the younger sons of his fated house, just when they reached the age of promise. His gigantic shadowy form, clothed like the ghost in Hamlet, in complete armor, but with the bever up, was seen at midnight by the moon's fitful beams to advance slowly along the gloomy avenue. The shape was lost beneath the shadow of the castle walls, but soon a gate swung back, a step was heard, the door of the chamber opened, and he advanced to the couch of the blooming youths, cradled in a healthy sleep. Eternal sorrow sat upon his face as he bent down and kissed the forehead of the boys, who from that hour withered like flowers snapped upon the stalk. I have not seen these stories since then, but their incidents are as fresh in my mind as if I had read them yesterday. "We will each write a ghost story," said Lord Byron, and his proposition was acceded to. There were 4 of us. The noble author began a tale, a fragment of which he printed at the end of his poem in Mazeppa. Shelley, more apt to embody ideas and sentiments in the radiance of brilliant imagery, and in the music of the most melodious verse that adorns our language, than to invent the machinery of a story, commenced one founded on the experiences of his early life. Poor Polidori. Poor Polidori had some terrible idea about a skull-headed lady who was so punished for peeping through a keyhole. What to see, I forget. Something very shocking and wrong, of course, but when she was reduced to a worse condition than the renowned Tom of Coventry, he did not know what to do with her, and was obliged to dispatch her to the tomb of the Capulets, the only place for which she was fitted. The illustrious poets also, annoyed by the platitude of prose, speedily relinquished their uncongenial task. I busied myself to think of a story to rival those which had excited us to this task, one which would speak to the mysterious fears of our nature, one which would speak to the mysterious fears of our nature, and awaken thrilling horror, one to make the reader dread to look around, to curdle the blood, and quicken the beatings of the heart. If I did not accomplish these things, my ghost story would be unworthy of its name. I thought and pondered, vainly. I felt that blank incapability of invention which is the greatest misery of authorship. When dull, nothing replies to our anxious invocations. Have you thought of a story? I was asked each morning, and each morning I was forced to reply with a mortifying negative. Everything must have... Every... Everything must have a beginning, to speak in Sanchian phrase. That... And that beginning must be linked to something that went before. The Hindus give the world an elephant to support it, but they make the elephant stand upon a tortoise. Invention, it must be humbly admitted, does not consist in creating out of the void. Does not consist in creating out of void, but out of chaos. The materials must, in the first place, be afforded. It can give form to dark, shapeless substances, but cannot bring into being the substance itself. In all matters of discovery and invention, even those that appertain to the imagination, we are continually reminded of the story of Columbus and his egg. Invention consists in the capacity of seizing on the capabilities of a subject, and in the power of molding and fashioning ideas to suggest suggested to it. Many and long were the conversations between Lord Byron and Shelley, to which I was a devout but nearly silent listener. During one of these, various philosophical doctrines were discussed, and among others the nature of the principle of life, and whether there was any probability of its ever being discovered and communicated. They talked of the experiments of Dr. Darwin. I speak not of what the doctor really did, or said that he did, but, as more to my purpose, of what was then spoken as having been done by him, who preserved a piece of vermicelli in a glass case, till by some extraordinary means it began to move with voluntary motion. I feel like that's the appropriate pronunciation. Let's see. Ah, I was right. Italian in origin. Not thus. Where was I? Not thus, after all, would life be... I'm attempting to be more considerate and careful about my mouth noises. I've actually looked at a few suggestions as to how to deal with it. Technique, I think, is the ultimate solution. Not thus, after all, would life be given. Perhaps a corpse would be reanimated. Galvanism had given token of such things. Perhaps the component parts of a creature might be manufactured, brought together, and endued with vital warmth. Night waned upon this talk, and even the witching hour had gone by before we retired to rest. When I placed my head on my pillow, I did not sleep, nor could I be said to think. Nor could I be said to think. Nor could I be said to think. My imagination, unbidden, possessed and guided me, gifting the successive images that arose in my mind with a vividness far beyond the usual bounds of reverie. I saw with shut eyes but acute mental vision. I saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. I saw the hideous phantasm of a man stretched out, and then, on the working of some powerful engine, show signs of life, and stir with an uneasy, half-vital motion. Frightful must it be, for supremely frightful would be the effect of any human endeavor to mock the stupendous mechanism of the Creator of the world. His success would terrify the artist. He would rush away from his odious handiwork, horror-stricken. He would hope that, left to itself, he would hope that, left to itself, the slight spark of life which he had communicated would fade, that this thing, which had received such imperfect animation, would subside into dead matter, and he might sleep in the belief that the silence of the grave would quench forever the transient existence of the hideous corpse which he had looked upon as the cradle of life. He sleeps, but he is awakened. He opens his eyes. Behold, the horrid thing stands at his bedside, opening his curtains and looking upon him with yellow, watery, but speculative eyes. I opened mine in terror. The idea so possessed my mind that a thrill of fear ran through me, and I wished to exchange the ghastly image of my fancy for the realities around. I see them still, the very room, the dark parquet, the closed shutters with the moonlight struggling through. And the sense I had that the glassy lake and white high Alps were beyond. I could not so easily get rid of my hideous phantom. Still, it haunted me. I must try to think of something else. I recurred to my ghost story, my tiresome, unlucky ghost story. Oh, if I could only contrive one which would frighten my reader as I myself had been frightened that night. Swift as light, and as cheering was the idea that broke in upon me. I've found it! What terrified me will terrify others, and I need only describe the spectre which had haunted my midnight pillow. On the morrow, I announced that I had thought of a story. I began that day with the words, "It was on a dreary night of November," making only a transcript of the grim terrors of my waking dream. At first I thought but of a few pages, of a short tale, but Shelley urged me to develop the idea at greater length. I certainly did not owe the suggestion of one incident, nor scarcely of one train of feeling, to my husband, and yet but for his incitement, it would never have taken the form in which it was presented to the world. From this declaration, I must accept the preface. From this declaration, I must accept the preface. As far as I can recollect, it was entirely written by him. And now, once again, I bid my hideous progeny go forth and prosper. I have an affection for it was the offspring of happy days, when death and grief were but words which found no true echo in my heart. Its several pages speak of many a walk, many a drive, and many a conversation when I was not alone, and my companion was one who, in this world, I shall never see more. But this is for myself. My readers have nothing to do with these associations. I will add but one word as to the alterations I have made. They are principally those of style. I have changed no portion of the story, nor introduced any new ideas or circumstances. I have mended the language, where it was so bald as to interfere with the interest of the narrative, and these changes occur almost exclusively in the beginning of the first volume. Throughout, they are entirely confined to such parts as are mere adjuncts to the story. leaving the core and substance of it untouched. M.W.S. M.W.S. London. London, October 15th, 1831. Okay, let's take a sip. Check our chat. Very good. So, wow, that was quite, And luckily, while I'm thinking, a car comes by. The author's note really does offer some grounding. I guess I'll wait. Okay, it should be faded enough. The author's note really does offer quite some grounding, some footing, some concretization of what was, at least in my listening to an audiobook, quite detached from the individual herself. I admit, in my various readings and analyses of these things, I am one of the folks who does very much separate the creator from the creation, the artist from the art. And I think that is extraordinarily important for understanding the work as the work. Partially because, naturally, we don't have the complete set of information relating to the creation of anything. Unless it is guaranteed to have somehow been in absolute isolation, and yet come out to its own. Even from the minds of babes, young children, at the earliest stage of development that they can begin to form whole sentences in their native language, of course. Even then, we're never guaranteed to know it all. I believe that taking a look at the work in and of itself, what it stands for on its own merits, what it says with its own words, rather than being some mere sock puppet of the supposed creator, who in and of themselves is an amalgam of the many things that preceded them, whether they are aware of it or not. At the end of an extraordinarily long causal chain of events that brought them to bear in the moment such that they could create. And this one. It speaks to me very personally. It resonates very personally with me. As when I began with my journey into fiction, while not specifically horror, something much more entailing, something that brings in as much horror as the supernality of grand and beauteous visions. Not so different from what Mary herself espouses. It was at a thorough disenfranchisement with all of the things around me, all of the systems that had been brought up in the various narratives that people had themselves. We might be on a bit of a time crunch. With all of the various narratives that had been brought up as the standard ideations, the standard package that we all must comply with. I guess it's a good time for rehydration. I say that a little bit humorously. Uh, it is decaf coffee, for those who might be curious. But anyway, I was thoroughly disenfranchised with the narratives, the structures, the meanings, the interpretations between those two that were part of the standard package that I was supposed to toe the line of. It began with simply growing up, simply participating in my early childhood, as I'm sure many experience. I know many experience. It's a fairly universal one. Of being quite the outsider, politically, socially, 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 motively, effectively across the entire board, having been uh, bestowed the inheritance of not only my parents' happenstances, their histories, as we all are, but also the baggage of being in the Bible Belt in the South, with all of the things that that entails of a small town. So it was in what got me started to all of this in the first place, drawing to pass the time, to relish in all of the things that I had enjoyed as a person growing up through the early 2000s. Video games, primarily. And then eventually more social video games, moving from the era of the PS1 and the handheld Game Boy Color into something a little bit more integrated. Not to mention some of the various youth fiction fantasy novels and the little scraps of history from things like world atlases and the like that I was able to pick up. It thrust me into wishing to at least see, at least reproduce, extend what I had already seen. But eventually, it required no incitement, as Mary herself needed. It was through the experience of, in my early, young adulthood, finally discovering D&D, 5th edition particularly. But we began, at least my group did, with Pathfinder. It was through that I recognized that these worlds and the finding of things like Warhammer, Warhammer 40K, Lord of the Rings, things of the like, things of the like, that I was first exposed to fictions, worlds, entire universes that could live and breathe in their own right, that without the dreamer, once the dream, still dreamt on. And while it was mostly for the point of escapism back then, as I was quite a desperate person in the conditions of my life then, now it has become a mode. It has become an avenue. through which I and others can experience recognitions, participate in truths that exceed the meta-narratives that we are seeded with from birth, that we are sold into by proxy of simply being alive in the time and place that we are. And being able to take the various differences and similarities that exist in reality and rearrange them in such a fashion as to, with internal consistency, play out the trajectories of all of these ideas. Consider the consequences of all things which we might take in. And while I don't know for certain if that was Mary Shelley's desire, I think that given its relevance now more than ever, of the othering, the dehumanization, the disintegration of peoples who we know share our essences, our humanity, what makes us us as a species, rather than as disparate tribes. It lives on too, in the same way as mine will. But I think I pontificated long enough. Let's do a quick check. Very good. And back to the preface. 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 The event on which this fiction is founded has been supposed by Dr. Darwin and some of the physiological writers of Germany as not of impossible occurrence. I shall not be supposed as according to the remotest degree of serious faith to such an imagination. Yet, in assuming it as the basis of a work of fancy, I have not considered myself as merely weaving a series of supernatural terrors. The event on which the interest of this story The event on which the interest of the story depends is exempt from the disadvantages of a mere tale of specters or enchantment. It was recommended by the novelty of the situations which it develops, and however impossible as a physical fact, affords a point of view to the imagination for the delineating of human passions more comprehensive and commanding than any which the ordinary and, however impossible as a physical fact, affords a point of view to the imagination for the delineating of human passions more comprehensive and commanding than any which the ordinary relations of existing events can yield. I have thus endeavored to preserve the truth of the elementary principles of human nature, while I have not scrupled to innovate upon their combinations. The Iliad, the tragic poetry of Greece, Shakespeare in The Tempest and Midsummer Night's Dream, and most especially Milton in Paradise Lost, conform to this rule, and the most humble novelist who seeks to confer or receive amusement from his labors may, without presumption, apply to prose fiction a license, or rather a rule, from the adoption of which so many exquisite combinations of human feeling have resulted in the highest specimens of poetry. The circumstance on which my story rests was suggested in casual conversation. It was commenced partly as a source of amusement, and partly as an expedient for exercising any untried resources of mind. Other motives were mingled with these as the work proceeded. I am by no means indifferent to the manner in which whatever moral tendencies exist in the sentiments or characters it can. Other motives were mingled with these as the work proceeded. I am by no means indifferent to the manner in which whatever moral tendencies exist in the sentiments or characters it contains shall affect the reader. Yet, yet my chief concern is in the respect. Yet my chief concern in this respect has been limited to the avoiding. Huh. Yet my chief concern in this request has been limited to the avoiding the enervating effects of the novels of the present day, and to the exhibition of the amiableness of domestic affection, and the excellence of universal virtue. The opinions which naturally spring from the character and situation of the hero are by no means to be conceived as always existing in my own conviction, nor is any inference justly to be drawn from the following pages as prejudicing any philosophical doctrine of whatever kind. It is a subject also of additional interest to the author that this story was begun in the majestic region where the scene is principally laid, and in society which cannot cease to be regretted. I passed the summer of 1816 in the environs of Geneva. The season was cold and rainy, and in the evenings we crowded around a blazing wood fire, and occasionally amused ourselves with some German stories of ghosts, which happened to fall into our hands. These tales excited us in a playful desire of imitation. These tales excited us in a playful desire of imitation. These tales excited us in a playful desire of imitation. To other friends, a tale from the pen of one whom would be far more acceptable to the public than any reading I can ever hope to produce, and myself agreed to write each a story founded on some supernatural occurrence. The weather, however, suddenly became serene, and my two friends left me on a journey among the Alps, and lost in the magnificent scenes which they present all memory of their ghostly visions. The following tale is the only one which has been completed. Marlow, September, 1817. The preface offers us. The preface itself seems to very much support my position on separating the artist from the art, in that Mary Shelley makes it clear that while the characters might feel the way characters do, that does not itself reflect the internal, at least morality, if not philosophic doctrines, of the creator. And I'm inclined to agree. Another thing that pushes me towards the perspective is that if we as artists necessarily must abide by everything that we create, every agent or machination which comes with necessary commitments to these things, necessary extensions and intentions of morality, philosophy, and general practice, then we are at the very least hamstringing, if not tightening the noose directly around, every single creative mind, every single progeny, every single progenitor that might bear progenies which are of infinite value, not only for demonstrating as I would the trajectories of these things, but also for the sheer pleasure of of storytelling, of weaving narrative, of unbridled expression, of challenge to ourselves and to others, to see what they may see, to press the mind's eye. And alongside that, that is all things. Creators themselves are indexic. They rely upon their environs, their ecologies of things, of the ontologies as matters of fact. Else, what would they pull from? Else, upon what? Else, with what paint might one cover their canvas? And we'll skip over to that bit there, because we have certainly read the introductory scene long enough. Letter 1. To Mrs. Saville, England. To Mrs. Saville, England. St. Petersburg, December 11th, 17. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. I am already far north of London, and as I walk in the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? Do you understand this feeling? This breeze, which has traveled from the regions towards which I am advancing, gives me a foretaste of those icy climes. Inspirited by this wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination. It ever presents itself to my imagination as I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination as the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is forever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for with your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in preceding navigators. There, snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea, we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders and in beauty in every region hitherto discovered by the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example, as the phenomena of the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes. What may not be expected in a country of eternal light? I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seeming eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of a part of the world never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. These are my enticements, and they are sufficient to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy of a and to com- and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. But, supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation, by discovering a passage near the pole to those countries, to reach with at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet, which, if at all possible, can only be effected by an undertaking such as mine. These reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven, for nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of the various voyages which have been made in the prospect of arriving at the North Pacific Ocean through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow me to embark in a seafaring life. These visions faded when I perused for the first time those poets whose effusions entranced my soul and lifted it to heaven. I also became a poet. And for 1 year lived in a paradise of my own creation. I imagined that I also might obtain a niche in the temple where the names of Homer and Shakespeare are consecrated. You are well acquainted with my failure, and how heavily I bore the disappointment. But just at that time I inherited the fortune of my cousin, and my thoughts were turned into the channel of the earlier bent. 6 years have passed since I resolved on my present undertaking. I can, even now, remember the hour from which I dedicated myself to this great enterprise. I commenced by inuring my body to hardship. I accompanied the whale fishers on several expeditions to the North Sea. I voluntarily endured cold, famine, thirst, and want of sleep. I often worked harder than the common sailors during the day, and devoted my nights to the study of mathematics, the theory of medicine, and those branches of physical science from which a naval adventurer might derive the greatest practical advantage. Twice I actually hired myself as an undermate in a Greenland whaler, and acquitted myself to admiration. I must own I felt a little proud when my captain offered me the second dignity in the vessel, and entreated me to remain with the greatest earnestness, so valuable did he consider my services. And now, dear Margaret, do I not deserve to accomplish some great purpose? My life might have been passed in ease and luxury, but I preferred glory to every enticement that wealth placed in my path. Oh, that some encouraging voice would answer in the affirmative! My courage and my resolution is firm, but my hope fluctuates, and my spirits are often depressed. I am about to proceed on a long and difficult voyage, the emergencies of which will demand all my fortitude. I am required not only to raise the spirits of others, but sometimes to sustain my own, when theirs are falling, when theirs are failing. This is the most favorable This is the most favorable period for traveling in Russia. They fly quickly over the snow in their sledges. The motion is pleasant, and in my opinion, far more agreeable than that of an English stagecoach. The cold is not excessive, if you are wrapped in furs, a dress which I have already adopted, for there is a great difference between walking the deck and remaining seated motionless for hours, when no exercise prevents the blood from actually freezing in your veins. I have no ambition to lose my life on the post road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I shall depart for the latter town in a fortnight or 3 weeks, and my intention is to hire a ship there, which can easily be done by paying the insurance for the owner, and to engage as many sailors as I think necessary among those who are accustomed to the whale fishing. I do not intend to sail until the month of June. And when shall I return? Ah, dear sister, how can I answer this question? If I succeed, many, many months, perhaps a year, will pass before you and I may meet. If I fail, you will see me again soon, or never. Farewell, my dear, excellent Margaret. Heaven shower down blessings on you, and save me, that I may again and again testify my gratitude for all your love and kindness. Your affectionate brother, R. Walton. Okay, do a check. Looking good. And back to it. You know, I'm not usually quite very much a fan of exposition dumps, but I think that, especially given the age of this novel, and the way that it is accommodated by way of letter, and the means by which it is accommodated by letter, a thorough explanation of motives, of intentions, of desires. I think it all fits together very well. I think it's assembled very artfully, in a fashion that, while it normally might not be sufficient, depending of course on the setting for which the story is being told, depending on the story, depending on the setting by which the story is being told, I think that this suits. Considering what we read of historic letters of this time in the 1700s as well as earlier, and the stoic bent that often comes along with peoples of the era, at least when they are writing letters, at least whenever they are of a upper class background, as is suggested of Walton here, I think it's quite fair. I believe that it asserts the setting. I believe that it asserts the background and foreground of who, when, where, and why we are getting this perspective, and why the future perspectives will be laid out in the format that they are, as something of a journal. It ties it all together, and interestingly, for all of our current creators, offers us something of a proto-found footage experience, I would argue, as all of this is coming by way of otherwise unrooted literary literary extensions. Hanging high out in the middle of nowhere. Hanging high as castles in the clouds. Letter 2. To Mrs. Saville, England. Archangel, 28th March, 17. How slowly the time passes here, encompassed as I am by frost and snow. Yet a second step is taken towards my enterprise. I have hired a vessel, and I am occupied in collecting my sailors. Those whom I have already engaged appear to be men on whom I can depend, and are certainly possessed of dauntless courage. But I have one want which I have never yet been able to satisfy, the absence of the object of which I now feel as a most severe evil. I have no friend, Margaret. When I am glowing with the enthusiasm of success, there will be none to participate in my joy. If I am assailed by disappointment, no one will endeavor to sustain me in dejection. I shall commit my thoughts to paper, it is true, but that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. But that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. But that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. I desire the company of a man who could sympathize with me, whose eyes would reply to mine. You may deem me romantic, my dear sister, but I bitterly feel the want of a friend. I have no one near me, gentle yet courageous, possessed of a cultivated as well as of a capacious mind, whose tastes are like my own, to approve or amend my plans. How would such a friend repair the faults of your poor brother? I am too ardent in execution, and too impatient of difficulties. But it is still a greater evil to me that I am self-educated. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on a common, and read nothing but our Uncle Thomas's books of voyages. At that age I became acquainted with the celebrated poets of our country, but it was only when it had ceased to be in my power to derive its most important benefits from such a conviction that I perceived the necessity of becoming acquainted with more languages than that of my native country. Now I am 28, and I am in reality more illiterate than many schoolboys of 15. It is true that I have thought more, and that my daydreams are more extended and magnificent, but they want, as the painters call it, keeping. And I greatly need a friend who would have sense enough not to despise me as romantic, and affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. And affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. And affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I shall certainly find no friend on the wide ocean. I shall certainly find no friend on the wide ocean, nor even here in Archangel, among merchants and seamen. Yet some feelings, not aligned to the dross of human nature, beat even in these rugged bosoms. My lieutenant, for instance, is a man of wonderful courage and enterprise, and he is madly desirous of glory, or rather, to word my phrase more characteristically, of advancement in his profession. He is an Englishman, and in the midst of national and professional prejudices, unsoftened by cultivation, retains some of the noblest endowments of humanity. I first became acquainted with him on board. I first became acquainted with him on board a whale vessel, finding that he was unemployed in this city. I was easily engaged. Finding that he was unemployed in this city, I easily engaged him to assist in my enterprise. The master The master is a person of an excellent disposition, and is remarkable in the ship for his gentleness and the mildness of his discipline. This circumstance, added to his well-known integrity and dauntless courage, made me very desirous to engage him. A youth passed in solitude, my best years spent under your gentle and feminine fosterage, has so refined the groundwork of my character that I cannot overcome an intense distaste to the usual brutality exercised on board ships. I have never believed it to be necessary, and when I heard of a mariner equally noted for his kindliness of heart, and the respect and obedience paid to him by his crew, I felt myself peculiarly fortunate in being able to secure his services. I heard of him first in rather a romantic manner, from a lady who owes him the happiness of her life. I heard of him first in rather a romantic manner, from a lady who owes to him the happiness of her life. This, briefly, is his story. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune, and having amassed a considerable sum in prize money, the father of the girl consented to the match. He saw his mistress once before the destined ceremony, but she was bathed in tears, and throwing herself at his feet, entreated him to spare her, confessing at the same time that she loved another, but that he was poor, and that her father would never consent to the union. My generous friend reassured the suppliant, and on being informed of the name of her lover, instantly abandoned his pursuit. He had already bought a farm with his money, on which he had designed to pass the remainder of his life, but he bestowed the whole on his rival, together with the remains of his prize money, to purchase stock, and then himself solicited the young woman's father to consent to her marriage with her lover. But the old man decidedly refused, thinking himself bound in honor to my friend, who, when he found the father inexorable, quitted his country, nor returned until he heard that his former mistress was married according to her inclinations. What a noble fellow, you will exclaim. He is so. But then he is wholly uneducated. He is as silent as a Turk, and a kind of ignorant carelessness attends him, which, while it renders his conduct the more astonishing, detracts from the interest and sympathy which otherwise he would command. Yet do not suppose, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive a consolation for my toils, which I may never know, that I am wavering in my resolutions. Those are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is only now delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The weather has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well, and it is considered as a remarkably early season, so that perhaps I may sail sooner than I expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in my prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficiently to confide in my prudence and considerateness whenever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you my sensations on the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable and half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow. But I shall kill no albatross. Therefore do not be alarmed for my safety. Or if I should come back to you as worn and woeful as the ain't. But I shall kill no albatross. Therefore do not be alarmed for my safety. Or if I should come back to you as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner. Or if I should come back to you as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner. You will smile at my illusion, but I will disclose a secret. You will smile at my illusion, but I will disclose a secret. I have often attributed my attachment to my passionate enthu- I have often attributed my attachment to my passionate enthusiasm for the dangerous mysteries of ocean to that production of the most imaginative of modern poets. There is something at work in my soul which I do not understand. I am practically industrious, painstaking, a workman to execute with perseverance and labor. But besides this, there's a love for the marvelous, a belief in the marvelous, intertwined in all my projects, which hurries me out of the common pathways of men, even to the wild sea and unvisited regions I'm about to explore. But to return to my even to the wild sea and unvisited regions I'm about to explore. But to return to dearer considerations, shall I? But to return to dearer considerations, shall I meet you again, after having traversed immense seas and returned by the most southern cape of Africa or America? I dare not expect your success, yet I cannot bear to look on the reverse of the picture. Continue for the present to write me by some every opportunity. Continue for the present to write me by every opportunity. I may receive your letters on some occasions when I need them most to support my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. Where letter 1 gave a lot of good setting. Backdrop. Letter 2 gives us and it offered us a little bit of insight to who exactly Robert Walton is. Why he's doing the things that he does. Letter 2, instead of the mere surface, gives us the depth. All of the characteristic rather than the heuristic. The intention rather than the ostension. It lets us see, it allowed us to see, it allowed us to see what his object is, what he's going for, to what ends, and what are the things that demotivate, that harry, disturb, bother, waver him. Not to the extent that he would, not to the extent that he would give up, but that gnaw at him. What are the true underpinnings? What are the termites that gnaw at the pilings of this individual? And what is he doing? And what is he doing to escape them, to abscond from them? What influences brought him there? And the realization that standing at the peak of a grand mountain of desire can be a very lonely place. It perfectly juxtaposes doubt and ardor, attainment and disappointment. And further adds depth to the backdrop and now sets plaintively a single player, a single piece on the chessboard. And this will be the last letter that we read, as we are moving very swiftly along. I think this will take up the remaining time. Which we will be aiming for, at least my time here at Central, 2:30, I think, considering it took me a while to get actually online. Letter 3. To Mrs. Saville, England. My dear sister, July 7th, 17. I write a few lines in haste to say that I am safe and well advanced on my voyage. This letter will reach England. This letter will reach England by a merchantman now on its homeward voyage from Archangel, more fortunate than I, who may not see my native land perhaps for many years. I am, however, in good spirits. My men are bold and apparently firm of purpose, nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually pass us, indicating the dangers of the region towards which we are advancing, appear to dismay them. We have already reached a very high latitude, but it is the height of summer, and although not as warm as in England, the southern gales which blow as and although not so warm as in England, the southern gales which blow us speedily towards those shores which I so ardently desire to attain, breathe a degree of renovating warmth which I had not expected. No incidents have hitherto befallen us that would make a figure in a letter. One or two stiff gales, and the springing of a leak, are accidents which experienced navigators scarcely remembered to record, and I shall be well content if nothing worse happens to us during our voyage. Adieu, my dear Margaret. Be assured that, for my own sake, as well as yours, I will not rashly encounter danger. I will be cool, persevering. I will be cool, persevering, and prudent. But success shall crown my endeavors. Wherefore not? Thus far I have gone, tracing a secure way over the pathless seas, the very stars themselves being witness and testimonies of my triumph. Why not still proceed over the untamed yet obedient element? What can stop the determined heart and resolved will of man? What can stop the determined heart and resolved will of man? My swelling heart involuntarily pours itself out thus. But I must finish. Heaven bless my beloved sister. Heaven bless my beloved sister. R.W. That's a little bit shorter than I expected. What letter 2 shows us, and what letter 3 reaffirms, is that juxtaposition that I was talking about of melancholic lows, primarily in the hopes of, primarily in the vein of worry, loneliness, and tumult that will ensue. Bridged together by the rationalization and individuation of responsibility unto oneself. On the other side, meeting with the other side, that dreamer's hope, that dreamer's passion, that dreamer's hope, passion, glimmering, glory, the endless yearning and burning of pursuit that will be a major motif throughout the whole theme of Mary Shelley's critique of exactly that bridge and what's on the other side of it. While I don't agree with it per se, in the way that she portrays it, that getting to the other side might entail costs so stark when you are entreating upon, embarking, expediting into the truly unknown, that it may be too high, that it may be too great to justify, even remotely, what you're getting. And that no matter what, seeking to transcend oneself so thoroughly, their lot in life, their position in the cosmic order, will require not only the sacrifice of others, but you in yourself, what defines you as such. Letter 4. To Mrs. Saville, England, August 5th, 17. So strange an accident has happened to us. So strange an accident has happened to us that I cannot forbear recording it, although it is very probable that you will see me before these papers can come into your possession. Last Monday, July 31st, we were nearly surrounded by ice, which enclosed in the ship on all sides, scarcely leaving her the sea room in which she floated. Our situation was somewhat dangerous, especially as we were compassed round by a very thick fog. We accordingly lay to, hoping that some change would take place in the atmosphere and weather. About 2 o'clock, the mist cleared away, and we beheld, stretched out in every direction, vast and irregular plains of ice, which seemed to have no end. Some of my comrades groaned, and my own mind began to grow watchful with anxious thoughts, when a strange sight suddenly attracted our attention and diverted our solicitude from our own situation. We perceived a low carriage, fixed on a sledge and drawn by dogs, pass on towards the north, at the distance of half a mile. A being which had the shape of a man, but apparently of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge and guided the dogs. We watched the rapid progress of the traveler with our telescopes until he was lost among the distant inequalities of the ice. This appearance excited our unqualified wonder. We were, as we believed, many hundred miles from any land, but this apparition seemed to denote that it was not, in reality, so distant as we had supposed. Shut in, however, by ice, it was impossible to follow his track, which we had observed with the greatest attention. About 2 hours after this occurrence, we heard the ground sea, and before night the ice broke and freed our ship. We, however, lay to until the morning, fearing to encounter in the dark those large, loose masses which float about after the breaking up of the ice. I profited of this time to rest for a few hours. In the morning, however, as soon as it was light, I went upon deck and found all the sailors busy on one side of the vessel, apparently talking to someone in the sea. It was, in fact, a sledge, like the one we had seen before, which had drifted towards us in the night, on a large fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive, but there was a human being within it, whom the sailors were persuading to enter the vessel. He was not, as the other travelers seemed to be, a savage inhabitant of some undiscovered island, but an European. When I appeared on deck, the master said, "Here is our captain, and he will not allow you to perish on the open sea." On perceiving me, the stranger addressed me in English, although with a foreign accent. "But I come on board your vessel," said he. "Before I come on board your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whither you are bound?" "Before I come on board your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whither you are bound?" You may conceive my astonishment on hearing such a question addressed to me from a man on the brink of destruction, and to whom I should have supposed that my vessel would not have been a resource which he would not have exchanged for the most precious wealth the earth can afford. I replied, however, that we were on a voyage of discovery towards the North Pole. Upon hearing this, he appeared satisfied and consented to come on board. Good God! Margaret, if you had seen the man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. His limbs were nearly frozen, and his body dreadfully emaciated by fatigue and suffering. I never saw a man in so wretched a condition. We attempted to carry him into the cabin, but as soon as he had quitted the fresh air, he fainted. We accordingly brought him back to We accordingly brought him back to the deck. And restored him to animation by rubbing him with brandy and forcing him to swallow a small quantity. As soon as he showed signs of life, we wrapped him up in blankets and placed him near the chimney of the kitchen stove. By slow degrees, he recovered and ate a little soup, which restored him wonderfully. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak, and I often feared that his sufferings had deprived him of understanding. When he had in some measure recovered, I removed him to my own cabin, and attended to him as much as my duty would permit. I never saw a more interesting creature. His eyes have generally an expression of wildness, and even madness, but there are moments when, if anyone performs an act of kindness towards him, or does him any the most trifling service, his whole countenance is lighted up, as it were, with a beam of benevolence and sweetness that I never quite equaled. But he is generally melancholy and despairing, and sometimes he gnashes his teeth, as if impatient of the weight of woes that oppresses him. When my guest was a little recovered, I had great trouble to keep off the men who wished to ask him a thousand questions. But I would not allow him to be tormented by their idle curiosity, in a state of body and mind whose restoration evidently depended upon entire repose. Once, however, the lieutenant asked, why did he come so far upon the ice in so strange a vehicle? His countenance instantly assumed an aspect of the deepest gloom. And he replied, to seek one who fled from me. And did the man whom you pursued travel in the same fashion? Yes. Then I fancy we have seen him, for the day before we picked you up, we saw some dogs drawing a sledge with a man in it across the ice. This aroused the stranger's attention, and he asked a multitude of questions concerning the route which the daemon as he called him, had pursued. Soon after, when he was alone with me, he said, I have doubtless excited your curiosity, as well as that of your good people, but you are too considerate to make inquiries. I have doubtless excited your curiosity, as well as that of these good people, but you are too considerate to make inquiries. Certainly. It would indeed be very impertinent and inhuman in me to trouble you with any... inquisitiveness of mine. And yet you rescued me from a strange and perilous situation, You have benevolently restored me to life." Soon after this, he inquired if I thought that the breaking up of the ice had destroyed the other sledge. I replied that I could not answer with any degree of certainty, for the ice had not broken until near midnight, and the traveler might have arrived at a place of safety before that time. But of this I could not judge. From this time, a new spirit of life animated the decaying frame of the stranger. He manifested the greatest eagerness to be upon the deck. To be upon deck, to watch for the sledge which had to watch for the sledge which had before us appeared. To watch for the sledge which had before appeared, and I persuaded him to remain in the cabin, for he is far too weak to sustain the rawness of the atmosphere. I promised that someone should watch for him. And give him instant notice if any new object should appear in sight. Such is my journal of what relates to this strange occurrence up to the present day. The stranger has gradually improved in health, but is very silent, and appears uneasy when anyone except myself enters his cabin. Yet his manners are so conciliating and gentle that the sailors are all interested in him, although they have very little communication with him. For my own part, I begin to love him as a brother. And his constant and deep grief fills me with sympathy and compassion. He must have been a noble creature in his better days, being even now in wreck so attractive and amiable. I said in one of my letters, my dear Margaret, that I should find no friend on the wide ocean. Yet I have found a man who, before his spirit had been broken by misery, I should have been happy to have possessed as the brother of my heart. I shall continue my journal, concerning the stranger at intervals, should I have any fresh incidents to record. August 13th, 17. My affection for my guest increases every day. He excites at once my admiration and my pity to an astonishing degree. How can I see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without feeling the most poignant grief? He is so gentle, yet so wise. His mind is so cultivated, and when he speaks, although his words are cold with the choicest art, yet they flow with rapidity and unparalleled eloquence. He is now much recovered from his illness, and is continually on the deck, apparently watching for the sledge that preceded his own. Yet, although unhappy, he is not so utterly occupied by his own misery, but that he interests himself deeply in the projects of others. He has frequently conversed with me on mine, which I have communicated to him without disguise. He entered attentively into all my arguments in favor of my eventual success, and into every minute detail of the measures I had taken to secure it. I was easily led by the sympathy which he evinced, to use the language of my heart, to give utterance to the burning ardor of my soul, and to say, with all the fervor that warmed me, how gladly I would sacrifice my fortune, my existence, my every hope, to the furtherance of my enterprise. One man's life or death were but a small price to pay for the acquirement of knowledge. One man's life or death were but a small price to pay for the acquirement of the knowledge which I sought, for the dominion I should acquire and transmit over the elemental foes of our race. As I spoke, a dark gloom spread over my listener's countenance. At first, I perceived that he tried to suppress his emotion. He placed his hands before his eyes, and my voice quivered and failed me, as I beheld tears trickle fast from between his fingers. A groan burst from his heaving breast. I paused. At length he spoke in broken accents. Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you drank also the Have you drank also of the intoxicating draught? Hear me, let me reveal my tale, and you will dash the cup from your lips. Such words, you may imagine, strongly excited my curiosity. But the paroxysm of grief that had seized the stranger overcame his weakened powers. By many hours of repose and tranquil conversation were necessary to restore his composure. Having conquered the violence of his feelings, he appeared to despise himself for being the slave of passion and quelling the dark tyranny of despair. He led me again to converse concerning myself, personally. He asked me about the history of my earlier years. The tale was quickly told, but it awakened various trains of reflection. I spoke of my desire of finding a friend, of my thirst for more intimate sympathy with a fellow mind, than had ever fallen to my lot, and expressed my conviction that a man could boast of little happiness who did not enjoy this blessing. I agree with you, replied the stranger. We are unfashioned creatures, but half made up, if one wiser, better, dearer than ourselves. Such a friend ought to be. Do not lend his aid to perfectionate our weak and faulty natures. I once had a friend, the most noble of human creatures, and am entitled, therefore, to judge respecting friendship. You have hope and the world before you, and have no cause for despair. But I have lost everything. Cannot begin life anew. Have lost everything. Cannot begin life anew. As he said this, his countenance became expressive of a calm, settled grief that touched me to the heart. But he was silent. And presently retired to his cabin. Even broken in spirit as he is, no one can feel more deeply than he does the beauties of nature. The starry sky, the sea, and every sight afforded by these wonderful regions seems to have the power of elevating his soul from earth. Such a man has a double existence. He may suffer misery and be overwhelmed by disappointments. Yet when he has retired into himself, he will be like a celestial spirit. That has a halo around him, within whose circle no grief or folly ventures. Will you smile at the enthusiasm I express concerning this divine wanderer? You would not if you saw him. You have been tutored and refined by books and retirement from the world, and you have been tutored and refined by books and retirement from the world, and you are therefore somewhat fastidious. But this only renders you the more fit to appreciate the extraordinary merits of this wonderful man. Sometimes I endeavor to discover what quality it is which he possesses that elevates him so immeasurably above any other person I ever knew. Believe it to be an intuitive discernment, a quick but never failing power of judgment, a penetration into the causes of things unequaled for clearness and precision. Add to this a facility of expression and a voice whose varied intonations are soul-subduing music. And a voice whose varied intonations are soul-subduing music. August 19, 17. Yesterday the stranger said to me, You may easily perceive, Captain Walton, that I have suffered great and unparalleled misfortunes. I had determined, at one time, that the memory of these evils should die with me, but you have won me to alter my determination. You seek for knowledge and for wisdom, as I once did, and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be a serpent to sting you as well as and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be a serpent to sting you, as mine had been. I do not know that the relation of my disasters will be useful to you, yet when I reflect that you are pursuing the same course, exposing yourself to the same dangers which have rendered me what I am, I imagine that you may deduce an apt moral from my tale, one that may direct you to succeed in your undertaking, and console you in case of failure. Prepare to hear of occurrences which are usually deemed marvelous. Were we among the tamer scenes of nature, I might fear to encounter your unbelief, perhaps your ridicule. Many things will appear possible in these wild and mysterious regions, which would provoke the laughter of those unacquainted with the ever-varied powers of nature. Nor can I doubt but that my tale conveys in its series eternal evidence of the truth of the events of which it is composed. You may easily imagine that I was much gratified by the offered communication, and I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. Yet I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. I felt the greatest eagerness to hear the promised narrative, partly from curiosity, and partly from a strong desire to ameliorate his fate. If it were in my power, I expressed these feelings in my answer. I thank you, he replied. For your sympathy, but it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling, continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. But you are mistaken, my friend, if thus you will allow me to name you. Nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined. He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day, when I I should be at leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I've resolved every night, when I am not imperatively occupied by my duties, to record, as nearly as possible in his own words, what he has related during the day. What he has related during the day. If I should be engaged, I will at least make notes. This manuscript will doubtless afford you the greatest pleasure, but to me, who know him, and who hear it from his own lips, with what interest and sympathy shall I read it in some future day? With what interest and sympathy shall I read it in some future day? Even now, as I commence my task, his full-toned voice swells in my ears, his lustrous eyes dwell on me with all their melancholy sweetness. His lustrous eyes dwell on me with all their melancholy sweetness. I see his thin hand raised in animation, while the lineaments of his face are irradiated by the soul within. Strange and harrowing must be his story. Frightful, the storm which embraced the gallant vessel on its course, and wrecked it. Thus! Okay. Let's see here. Oh. Get to the first chapter, actually. All right, and onward we go. Letter 4 was a blast. It is absolutely crammed full of information. And that cram is in such an expertly ordered fashion that it makes what feels like a tremendous amount of what would amount to flavor text. Things that add a little bit more seasoning to what was already there, which is not a bad thing. Attain a degree of substantiveness that makes it more than the sum of its parts. What that shakes out to, more than anything else, is an examination of the meta-narrative themes in microcosm, which is humorous, given the consequence, given the timeline and the contents of this new traveler's stories, who we will come to understand as Frankenstein himself. Who we will come to understand as Dr. Frankenstein himself. Not to spoil it for anybody who's reading along and catching up with these. But all of the reaction, the uplifting, the catching on every little social beneficence that's bestowed upon him in a time of desperate need, in a time of absolute resignation, in a time of of desperate suicidality, is exactly the thing that he has refused to give, along with everyone else, for the following subject. For the following subject of the oncoming chapters. And in the moment, it holds a mirror up to Walton to see the final resting place of everything that he's pursuing, made explicit in Frankenstein's breakdown. And eliminates the true heedlessness that underlines everything between both of these characters, one at the start of the journey and one at the end. Okay, so that is our first bout, 35 pages deep, 257 to go, knocking off probably maybe like 5 pages of that in the full count of it. And now we take a recess, and we'll come back and get right into Dead Space from our last level. get all centered back up. Okay. Ooh, there we go. All right. So, now that we have that, got Dead Space fired up, and let's dig in, shall we? Let's see if it'll actually record the audio. First time? Hey, first time. Okay. And now I believe we were just about to exit the intensive care and go somewhere even more horrific. Yeah. Let's have that. Fresh hot coffee in hand, and we are ready to go. Well, as soon as it loads, anyway. In the interim, that was a wild end to everything there. I think I talked about this before, but while I very much enjoy... Oh, there we go. While I very much enjoy all the things that come with the convenience and availability of an audiobook... Oh, hell, I've got to remember the key bindings now. It's, M? No, that's the map. H? X? Yes, X. Yeah, that's where to. Well, I very much enjoy all the things about audiobooks. They do not offer nearly the same depth as properly getting to read them firsthand. I believe I've been through here before. As ever, I'm just waiting for those bloody corpses to get back up. What do we got here? Ah, I didn't realize that the flashlight dims. Interesting. Give them hope, give them, what's it say, strength. They'll last a bit longer. You're so fucked. It's time! What's that say? Don't open that door. They have come. Yeah, I dare say. Save me? Yeah, I think it's a touch late for that. Is that just a pile of gore? Ah, yes. The best things of all in life. Now, I should probably try and recall which one of these is the telekinesis button. I'll just check the keybinds right quick. Oh, okay. F. Should have recalled. What's that say? Sorry, we are full. Yeah. Probably. Security clearance. Once more, I wonder to myself, where's that security clearance that we have apparently been missing this whole time? Find that lickety-split, I'm sure. Just as soon as we get through here. Come on now, get a grip. Huh. There's security. Oh, excellent. Interesting. What do we got here? Medical log, Dr. B. Warwick. Self-inflicted ocular injury. Yes, I agree. Well, after having a week to stew on this, and coming right back into it with this text, I dare say that my original hypothesis would appear to be correct. That the... What's the word that they used? It's not monolith, I don't... Oh. That their equivalent to the monolith is essentially communicating directly with the brainwaves of the individuals aboard the Ishimura.
Loop and transmit all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is overwhelmed. We need help. Look at his wounds. We can't handle so many trauma cases, and the command crew won't tell us what's happening.
That isn't a seize.
Maybe I have some PHP left.
Yikes. Yeah, they're communicating directly to the brains of individuals. And that is causing some kind of epigenetic shift. Insane. I realize that was perhaps a little bit abstruse. Let me rephrase that. Specifically, an effect in the environment is giving cause for some kind of genetic trigger to trip. And this is causing rampant and rapid mutations through some mechanism they don't quite understand. Well, I guess it's lights off, isn't it? But not yet. Let's do a little bit more examination. I feel like I'm missing something. Because there's that battery pack there for sure. Are the showers, then? It's locked as... And the way through is blocked from the outside. I believe... Unless we suddenly acquire ourselves another, impromptu bomb? It suggests there's a way through there, but that ain't happening. I guess we're left with pretty much only one option. Oh. Look at me being a moron. the horrors begin. I mean, at least we've got emergency light. Oh. Duh. Okay, so there's no power there. It's just an emergency shower. What's the benefit of all this then? I suppose just the pulse rounds, eh? Unless those somehow open up. Yeah, no chance. Okay. Oh hell. No. No, no. No, 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 no. We don't do that around here. No. Hey, that'll do it. No, 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 no. We don't do that around here. No, 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 no. Cease. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. No touch. Away with you. Ah. The rust, it shows, it speaks, and it blows. Matrix that one. 6 rounds left. Okay. No, 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 no. Ah. Once more away. Oh, hell. Wow, you were a little bundle of help, weren't you? Okay. Now, got to recall how to hit that medical. Okay. Huh. Should have remembered to use stasis. Alright, I guess I'll just have to, surely there's... That's journal. Ah well, we'll figure it out along the way. This absolutely won't kill me in the midst of, an important moment. It's better than nothing. Need some new medical soon. I have stomped everyone, right? I think so. Where does this lend us to? Yes. And I did launch that power pack at the little creature. Time to play scavenger hunt with that. because that kinesis certainly does sling it. Oh yeah, that's one I definitely didn't stop. But I guess that does it all the same, huh? Well, I know it didn't get destroyed. That's not good. Ah, right in front of me the entire time. Go figure. There we are. And in we go. Glad there wasn't anything here immediately. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take that extra health. I might as well. I have 2 bars empty. Goodness. Surprised nothing came behind me. Oh. 100% thought they were dead. Stop, please. That's connecting, for sure, but I guess, no splatter. Thinking about it, with what I was talking about earlier, given the fact that several of these corpses have not reanimated and reintegrated into some sort of Tyranid-like biomass situation, I have to imagine that the thing that makes them different is that they have no remaining brainwave function. That's the big thing. You got mail.
Security request retrieved.
You left me. I woke in the dark with them scratching in the walls. Scratching like rats. And you all locked me in with them. Fuckers. I'll cut them out. I'll cut them out. I'll cut them out.
They really don't like my eyes, do they? That is interesting. Why the eyes specifically? You know, I haven't been able to really get up close and personal with one of the necromorphs. But maybe damaging the optic, like... Oh, hell. Well, there's an opportunity. Hey, now. That's not how that was supposed to... Oh, hell! Oh, no. Woo! No. Well, that's not quite as effective as I would have hoped for, but... Oh, shit. No, 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 no. Hold still. Are you dead? Yeah. Holy hell. We're about to have an oxygen stage. I'll finish my thought before I start listening to that log, I suppose. Perhaps there's some damage to the ocular nervous structure. That is a major part of the transformation. I think that the necromorphs have eyes. Let's see if we can reorient it such that we can get a closer examination. It would be nice if I could zoom in a little bit. I think that's as good as we're going to get. Huh. No, it doesn't look like it. At least not on this example. Where's the other one? Obviously, aside from splattered across the room. Well, there was one right here. Neural activity in the nexus organism. Okay. Can you see anything off of you? Stop scooting around. Oh! I can use bits of them. I'm sure those work as impalers. Handy dandy. Interesting. Let's try and get you closer to the light. Ideally free from all the rest of the bits. Oh boy. Okay. Well. Well, I guess the head came off. That'll do. Ah, I think we finally got it. But is that damage from battle, or is that just the natural form? I've got to say, it looks like that has no eyes either. Even doing the manual zoom of just leaning forward, which I think is the best I'm gonna get. So if the necromorphs have no eyes, and they are predisposed to stabbing their eyes out as we continue to hear their vibes to tell us to do so, I suppose is the best way to put that. It does give some credence that perhaps either stirring up the brain pan a little bit, such that it can be more readily reconfigured through the natural mechanisms of the body trying to heal itself. Kind of like a cancer can do. That's the mechanism by which such rapid transformations happen.
Mercer, it's Terrence Kine. You were in surgery, so I left this with Warren. He'll be discreet. I just got the latest report from Aegis 7. The situation's worse than Captain Matthias will admit. 40% of the colony's population is now showing symptoms. Depression, hallucinations, more violence. People are dying down there. I know it's linked to the marker somehow, but I just don't have enough data. Mercer, maybe I was wrong. We need answers by any means possible. That patient, Brent Harris, might be our last hope.
All it took was one little section of the room one little section of the room with the most minute of audio mixing, a little bit of animation, to set the entire scene going forward. Things were already dire as is, but having something like that happen right in front of us, showing us that not even any other human that we can see, in yet still a human form living, is trustworthy, means that not only is the environment hostile, but everything that we might encounter which is animate is probably also going to be hostile. And it contributes to the whole gaslighting that we have been experiencing from the audio cues all the way around to the environmental all the way around to the environmental hazards. And jump scares that can happen. And jump scares that can happen at any time, at any place, from anywhere, thereabouts. That is a nice little touch, the dripping blood. Oh, I guess I just can't get in there. I wish I could have more clearly heard that little audio it was where it was talking about relation of human. Okay, that's more Nexus organism. I wish we could have heard a little bit more about the genetic similarities between human DNA and whatever the hell else. But I'll say, I think that the whispers are becoming a little bit more clear. Cadaver storage capacity exceeded. You don't say. There's the oxygen level that we were looking for. Oh. Hey, it does explode. Nice. Did I pass a power cube on the way through? Oh, of course. Well hidden. Oh. Okay. Ooh. This is gonna be a good place for ambushing, isn't it? I'm about to get ruined. We just had a save position. This is, yeah. I'm gonna swap over for a minute. saw something there for a moment. Famous last words. Nice. That'll be handy. I wonder what those are. Surely they're not just like plasma lanterns or whatever. Yo. They was thirsty, guys. It was the caffeine withdrawals that got them. Captain, oh my captain.
El personal médico está en situación de emergencia forzosa. Las solicitudes para el cobro de horas extra deben procesarse a través del portal de la empresa.
Yosanov. I'm gonna check that right quick. I know it's a lethally daft move in a game where this does not pause anything, but I gotta know. I gotta know. Eosinophilia. Aha! A white blood cell responsible for combating infection by parasites in the body. Well, that would be quite intriguing. Now, leukocytes are, of course, another type of cell that specifically fights off bacteria. And eosinophils take care of parasites. And yet it has done absolutely nothing to his overall condition? That might be part of the epigenetic trend. Part of the epigenetic injection or trigger that the marker is producing. Signaling to the body by way of the nervous system, directly interacting with the waves that are being propagated throughout the electrical and chemic circuitry. And that they seem to go through the eyes, specifically through and through, would again rather support my suggestion that in some way this is meant to scramble the primary nervous circuitry. If there is some manner of reanimation that comes about, at least if the body at least if the tissue of the main body, musculoskeletal, is still functional, the marker itself could act as essentially a controller. It could act upon various bacteria or parasites which promote the rapid mutation of the original tissue. Intriguing. This would also grant a basis for the necromorphs being in the configurations that they are. Particularly in being spiky. Well, I guess that answers the question as to whether necrotic tissue can be reanimated or not. Captain was very, very dead. Was not fast enough on that draw. Good lord. No. Cease. I am backed in a corner here. I can't even move. Well, there goes all my health. It was a bad miss. Oh hell, this is not good. Yeah. Not. Oh, yep, that's me. That's me gone. First step. At least the ragdoll was funny. Oh, and now we've got strange text. Every single part of this experience really is integrated into itself. I congratulate the compartmental mode that all of this goes through. I do not, however, appreciate being set so far back with the checkpoint. Should have probably swapped to our bigger boomstick this whole while. Should be a stasis pack in here, yeah? It's pulse rounds this time. I'll take this with me, because I'm gonna need it. Intelligent little buggers. Let's not get backed into a corner this time. But still take damage, I suppose. That's fine. Wow, that did almost nothing. should be you, Dunya. No, okay. Oh. Yikes. Yeah, that's a new crawler I don't know how to deal with yet. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Make way! Open, 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 yeah, okay. No. Whew, that is desperately needed. Fuck. That's fantastic. I need health, like, real bad, though. That'll do. That's about all my stasis. I'm glad I've got some packs in storage. Okay, and now back into main room, please. Swap back weapons. They are watching. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, at least the captain was loaded. What do we got here? That is script I absolutely cannot read, if that is script indeed. Oh.
Isaac, what's your status? Do you have the captain's rig?
Fuck me! Ugh. Transmitting codes now. I saw it, Hammond. A flying one turned the captain's body into another one of those things. The same must have happened to Chen.
God. Maybe the command computer has something. Where's Daniels when you need her? Head back to the security checkpoint. It's safer there. At least I can upgrade your clearance.
Oh, I'll finally be able to have clearance now? That'll be a godsend. Been missing that for some time. Nice! Having things...
Isaac,
What the hell's happening?
the computer says the Ishimura's engines are offline. We're on a decaying orbit toward Aegis 7.
God. I have to get to engineering.
There's no time. That tram station's offline. Unless... Here. Head back to the flight deck. I'll guide you from there. If this damage report's right, there's a shortcut to engineering.
I just got two... not exactly, compatible missions. So to what I was saying earlier, unless we get another interruption. I should have not used that holo pack. But that stasis pack. I've plumb forgot. Ah, yes. Having backtracking built into the game, knowing that to be the case, and having bits that are locked off by need of completing something further back, that's a pretty wise way of ensuring that even if you're going to be very stingy with supplies, your environmental cupboards and boxes and these sorts of things can nonetheless be used to hold things that will sustain the player without being too obvious about what will get them those, what will get them there. I favored this significantly more than the lock and key method that is often brought to bear. Case in point being in Doom, as we were just playing a couple weeks ago. That felt like not a rat race. To enable us to have some advantages. As we have here. But rather to feel like progress is progress. There is a point and reward for being cautious and careful. Damn, I was hoping we could get that. There's no way to cut that, is there? Nope. Alright, well. I was gonna be a wise guy there for a second.
Transmit all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is overwhelmed. We need help. Look at his wounds. We can't handle so many trauma cases, and the command crew won't tell us what's happening. He's seizing. Maybe I have some PHP left.
So this would be the reason we need battery. Okay. Can I launch it in? No chance. But it was a fun idea anyway. Oh. Oh, that would be why I couldn't find anything. What's all that? Illegible. At least from this perspective. There is a photo mode, isn't there? I thought I caught that earlier. Oh. Some kind of MRI or something of the sort. What does that say? It does actually have legible text. Let's see if it's legible enough for me. Not in doctor's handwriting, it isn't. That's unfortunate.
Medical log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. So much for being paranoid. I repurposed this room to run counseling sessions without unitologists interfering. Now it's the only place I feel safe. I recovered a limb after yesterday's attack. Genetically, it's human tissue with bizarre mutations. But it's just a sample. It's not enough to figure out a cure. I need... Wait, where's that report from engineering? Here. The engineers pulled something out of machinery. Limbs missing, torso intact. Okay. Time for a real autopsy.
Okay. What has that told us? Oh, let's go to the autopsy location. I guess that would be the most efficient way of moving forward then. I almost forgot I set this place on fire. It's a mighty good thing we have this here. I feel like I should be saving my credits. Yeah, they don't really add that much benefit anyway. Now I have to recall where exactly was the last bench that I had seen. It's way down. Is that just... Yeah, I believe that's the number for the tram. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any quite immediately available. What is that? Stasis. Or, medical. Well, I'm sure we'll find one in, Oh no, that should be one. Yeah, okay. But how do I get there? Alright, I guess I'll just have to remember my way through. Best to perhaps save in case there's any new creepy crawlies that show up. Plus, there's plenty of level 1 security stuff that we should be able to access now. Loading? If that is actually the purpose of that, it's rather brilliant. Oh, shit. Whoo! Yeah, okay. I guess that was a new location. Certainly so, because I would have absolutely snatched up any nodes. Oh, that's sad. There in the corner. Oh, I'm sure this will have absolutely no lethal effects. You get down here. Nothing. Okay. Yeah, I don't recall. We already took the shock pads, though. Odd. I'll let that door close and hang on for a couple minutes. I really don't want to deal with that, whatever it is. It's not a corner loading room. Not fully, anyway. Man. Okay. That wasn't so bad. That went down pretty easy. Easier than it should be. Now, I know for a fact I've been to... Ooh. I've been through here before. Maybe me dying reset them. Maybe I haven't been through here. Oh, what? Huh? Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, you stay over there. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Go that way. Where's that gun? I guess that's just a light. Okay. Oh, we're writing on the walls? Here. Everything... They say everything happens for a reason. For a greater good. Man, I really need to brush up on cursive. What? Is too hard to believe? I love that film grain, but it's really not helping out here. It's not traumatization. I can't read that. I just want to say my... See my daughter... Perhaps that's daughters are what time? Yeah, I agree. Is it for me? Is this the end? I think we can get the gist of that. Is it safe? A very underutilized question. More than any amount of setting building and the like, which is wonderful here, absolutely. The mere question of is it safe, I think, pierces to the heart of what fear is, of what causes anxiety, uncertainty, panic. And I think it's only better reinforced by the question. And the answer that so many have sought for. Where is God? Don't piss our seal. Fuck you, fan. Don't piss our... What? It's a little scratch there. Our seat, you fuck face. Oh, okay. And wash your freaking hands. Where here? Where is God? But the seeking for some sort of almighty... But the underlying search for some... But the search for some underlying cosmic justice or orderer, creator, ultimately, is the solution that so many have sought for, and continue to find just as open as a question as ever. Is it safe? And where is God? Oh, I guess I really haven't wandered through here. Excuse me. Or perhaps these are just unlocked now. Or they weren't before. Yes, absolutely. I accept Okay. That's gonna be a big ask. Yeah. Unfortunate. But those should help me along the way anyhow. And then we can head back the way we were going originally, I think. Might as well take a look around first. There is real incentive to go thoroughly and, as I have dubbed it, scrape through everything. Just to see if there's some content that I am missing. But I don't suppose that would be especially fun to see or do. But I will take those credits. If I were playing it just on my own time, I think that's where I would go. Knock, knock, knock. I was literally just here. Having a little bit of input delay. Those environmentals are just so good. It was just up here, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the way to go. I feel like I'm missing something. All these sounds suggest that there's something to be found here. By following the right trail. And I wouldn't put it past the devs to have something... Okay. Huh? I wouldn't put it past the devs to have something like a randomly generated event that's able to happen. Oh, hell. That actually got me. This place is spooky. Is there just something in the showers that I'm completely missing? Or is this because I died? Well, I guess I'll follow it through. Because new events have been tripping. There you are. That would probably be why this place is so loaded full of spookiness. Are the security locks... Yeah, okay. So they are all trackable back. Oh, hell, I gotta get to the morgue. It would be good if we could just, I don't know, set down some markers. Alright, then. There's a safe station in here, I think. Yes, no. No. Oops. Oh, hell! Oh, no! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh! What the hell? Popping out of nowhere! Cease? No! Absolutely not! I do not permit it. God bless. Whiffed it. There we go. Completely derailed what I was going to think. Oh, man. Huh? What? Back. No! No Alt-Tab. I do not wish to perish in this way. There we go. Much better. Okay. And now, like I was trying to do, let's see if we got any security level 1s to attend to here. Not from here, anyway. I mean, we just... it's just a level 1. Whatever. Forgot about the fogginess of this room. Oh, no more creepy crawlies bouncing out of the walls to come slay me? That's a surprise there. Alright. Let's take a bus ride.
Flight deck tram control.
Can I go to other places? No. Decidedly.
Flight deck tram control.
You know, I just had the idea. Why am I here? You were chosen. Unitology, unity, obviously. Ology. Specifically, unit, ology. An account of oneness, unit. What unites everything? Everything that's living? Death. Necromorph. Form of the dead. Duh. Etymology, y'all. Thought that was a person hunched for a second. Well, does this store have anything new? Nada. But I think I will have, I guess, 2 of these. Need them for upgrading. Hurts me to do that. But I guess I could sell ammo if it came desperately enough. I'm getting short on plasma cutter ammo, though. Short on all ammo, frankly. I don't think I've been through, though all of these stations look very decidedly similar. Oh, more graffiti. Fuck this shit. It's a shitty capitalist organization. I think matters of economy are not the most immediate concern. Oh, hell. Apple core and spilled coffee. How absolutely emblematic of the whole thing. Now, I have been about this portion, I believe. There's a level 1 right there. Perhaps, perhaps not. But I'll tell you one thing I know for sure. It's that I am mighty happy to have ultra high capacity. No visual change, but 18 rounds. I'll take that. Happily. I'm gonna comment on this real quick. Another occurrence that's come to me. These are, as it just flashed on the screen there, mim cams. Memory cameras. That means they take a snapshot of your mind, I suppose. Such that if you ever reload, as if you die like I did for the first time here, that calls into question whether this is the real Isaac or not. Is this just a offshoot? A downstream of what could have been that we're examining through the perspective of, regardless of what canonically happened to Isaac? Was it ever him the whole way through? Calls into question the causal chain, at least. And, at the same time, provides an explanation for how the saving and loading mechanism works. I feel like I should check out whatever that Yes. Well, I guess I can't get to that now, can I? It's not through here. Onward and upward, I suppose, is the only route we have. Still battlefield brained. I want to turn to face the other side. What fresh hell is awaiting me now? Yeah, that's about what I expected. Open, 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 open. Woo! Did the door kill him? It should have stayed unlocked. Unless it tracks vital signs. Oh no, yeah, he's still there. Oh, gross. Well, good to know they've got range damage now. That's what you get for being a metaphilic. Alright, time to spend more precious resources. Yes. Not happy to find a cock and cook. Oh, hell. And so can you. Oh, fuck. That again. Well, there's my last health. Hope this lasts. Oh, he's turreted up. Okay. Come on. That'll do. And more pulse rounds. I guess I will end up selling some of this off. Now, there was some graffiti I was going to take a look at. They are watching. Believe that. Oh. I can't die here. Not yet. Not like this. Eat me, they ate my boy. Huh. Another exhalation of the woes of capitalism. I mean, I can't say it's wrong, but again, maybe more pertinent matters than that to consider. It's good that a memory station is there, I guess, now that I've blown all my equipment.
Security reporting retrieved.
Eh? Oh, fuck. I'm calling it now. Those giant spikes are almost certainly injectors. if not actively by means of some sort of gland or muscular contraction, then by permeation of the environment, then by permeation of the surface that is to be crammed inside of another living being. With whatever kind of parasites or bacteria or viruses that these things are using that animates them. I'm inclined to check this back out, since everywhere else has yielded new stuff. Guess something exploded. Ah, okay. So that would be the way there. That'll let us refill our stasis. Excellent. Looks like it's rather a straight shot. I hope that backtracking this far is worth the payoff. I just looked over at my monitor to check. I hope my voice hasn't been muted this whole time. Oh. Duh. Could have let this up the whole time? Oh. None left. Great. But There's a station up there? Okay. Nice. Ah. Naturally.
Clearance confirmed.
Yes. Ah, bless. Exactly what I was desperately in want of. And another node! Nice. That is properly what I was really needing. Now I can abscond. Absolutely gonna save after that. No. Not this time. Oh, yeah. Sweet. Oh. A ladybug has found its way onto my wrist. Check that out. Sweet little creature. Recall this. Ah, yes, I do. I guess it's here to explore. That's the spot. But there is a shop around here, I think. No, it's too early to have shops. Yeah, but there is a mem station, and I definitely don't want to do any more running from place to place than I have to.
Isaac, this damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Entering zero gravity.
You'll need your thrusters to reach it, but that lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
do not like seeing the spook fans scattered about the place. That is absolutely going to be, oh, taken advantage of, I guarantee it. Aha, I knew there would be some things hidden around here. Come hither. Oh, like... Come on. I see, that's a precious semiconductor. If I could have that, thank you very much. I'd be much obliged. I got to imagine this level caused a lot of vertigo for people. Well, I guess I won't have to bellyache for ammo and help anytime soon. At least not immediately. What the boundaries of this place are. Huh. I guess hypothetically, none. So long as there's oxygen to keep me going. Fascinating. Admitting that extent of freedom in level design almost gives the proper illusion that there is an infinite space out there. A dead space. Devs, take note. Really launched that one. Where the hell did it go? Well, so long and good luck wherever it went to, I guess. This one should be a little bit more trackable. Alright, now we can get back to exploring a little bit more of the actual environment. If I could get myself properly oriented anyway. Hello? Alright, I guess I can't land here. Interesting. And I have to imagine, surely, that there's some sort of secrets hidden up in the extremes of things. It would be good to have a save station, I admit. Let's see. Is there such? And no. What the hell is that? What is that? Oh, circuit breaker. Cool. Beautiful. Now I suppose I should check out that circuit breaker, eh? I think I explored down there. Clearly not, because there are yet unplundered riches. But what, pray tell, do you do? So where could a power core possibly be hidden around here? Can I has, please? Thanks. Ah. I'm mighty glad that was conveniently located. I did not want to hunt across the whole hangar. What does that do? Guess I'll follow the trail and see. I must assume that's the tram over there. Ah! Let's see. That is of little use at present. So in the meantime, let's see what else we can do with this thing. Ah! Well, howdy do. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Really? Well, okay then. I guess have it your way. I suppose it would make sense to swap the trams back. Does close that. I'm glad the map had that marked down, otherwise I would have never taken much note of it again. After the initial, nondescriptness of it. Suppose our last do is to... Oh, well, get that for sure. Now that we're flush with ammo. To brave the void. So I'm not simply be. Oh no. No, 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 no. I'll pass. Thank you very much. I don't even need to breathe. Creatures. Ugh. They are hitting that 2001 Space Odyssey vibe real good. I gots to say. Suppose. Oh, what the fuck? I gotta get more oxygen before I carry on with that. For sure. Oh no! Oh, that's really bad. That's like really bad. Oxygen, thank you. I think I'll try and find a save spot before I try more of this. Did I get locked out? No, surely not. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, I did get locked out. That's really bad. Fuck. That's like ultra bad. There's no coming back, is there? I'm just kind of boned out here. Yeah, okay. I guess I have to commit to the bit. What the hell? Spooked the daylights out of me. Can't even see where I'm being hit from. Guess this is as safe as it gets. Nestle down here for a second. That's not... As well... Oh hell, oh hell! Ooh! Ha! Spooked the hell out of me. But at least they're in one spot. That's very handy. No, you hold still. Because I'm gonna blast you! Damn, that plasma rifle does actually kind of slap. Cool! Alright. Well, now that those immediate threats are taken care of, I guess I can float around a little bit more out here. Without immediate consideration of repercussions. Despite the fact that this is vacuum, it does not feel very vacuum-like. The haste at which we're moving. Glad I got those oxygen upgrades, for fuck's sake. I hope that's an oxygen station. Looks like an oxygen station. Yes, it is an oxygen station. What do we got here? Ooh. Sure, that'll be... Oh, no. No. I decline. Thanks. Glad this is a vacuum, because that would have been very bad otherwise. Where do you go when I float away? Eh? Oh, shit. There you are. Now hold still and smile. That do it? Think so. Just in time, too. This would be a very inopportune moment to have another enemy type introduced, I'll say. Now, what was that saying here? Approaching limits, turn around. I assume going through that would kill me, so I will err on the side of caution. Cool as it would be to explore that further. Feels like I'm missing something. Okay, well, I guess that's everything out here. Fucking gross. And with time to spare.
Exiting zero gravity. Exiting vacuum. Clearance confirmed.
The hell? Looking very similar to me. We are not punished for our sins, but by them. Interesting. I suppose that is a takeaway you could make. Yep. Yep. The ship is literally an infection. Well, it's worth a try, I suppose. That's what I figured. Nothing to be done about it, at least right now. Oh, that's not a good sound.
Vital position compromised. Correct course immediately.
First things first. Okay, so we have hit the end of the line for now. Finally on the engineering deck. While I'm saving, let's wrap up with our thoughts. So we have been taken on the journey thus far, so that we have not only the immediate suspicions of all of the horrible, heinous things that are happening here in the Ishimura, but, in fact, we have them quite confirmed. And with a little bit of putting ideas 1 and 2 together, it's very clear that we have a marker on our hands that is the forspoken, prophesized bit from the Unitology religion, and it is doing something biologic, such that it not only can produce independent growths of unidentifiable matter, organic in nature, but also triggering not only psychologic, but also physiologic, somatic effects on each and every one of the individuals here, to almost certainly include Isaac, although that's a little bit fourth wall breaky. There's a lot of questions and not a lot of answers that we have had provided thus far. We're getting there. Insofar as the game design itself, it has continued to achieve an extraordinarily high standard of cohesion and coherency, not only with itself, but all the physical things that we would expect from some sort of hyper-advanced sci-fi scenario. Despite all of those, the weapons, the armor, the medical, the weapons, armor, medical, engineering, all of it all together, none of it is quite equipped for something quite like this, which is definitionally the most inhuman thing that can be imagined in a world that can be imagined in this setting. The audio, level design, the audio layering, level design, and overall presentation is as top-notch as I have ever seen in any game ever. And it is truly worthy of incredible praise. Not only narratively, but also technically. Not only visually, but also mechanically. And those are my thoughts to close out here today. So, let's shut her all down and close out. And a little bit less harsh of lighting. I thank you all for taking the time to enjoy this with me here today, both Frankenstein and Dead Space. I hope that you all find it worthy of a like, a subscribe, and if you found it maybe worthy enough, we also have links to our social media, our Discord, Instagram, Spotify, TikTok, and BitChute. If you thought it was perhaps, if you'd like to check out all of our social media and other places to watch our content. If you thought it was perhaps worth a little bit of monetary support, we also have Stream Elements and Patreon linked in the description there alongside. The Stream Elements link allows you to make a one-time donation without any kind of further commitment beyond that, at whatever price that you find fit, and Patreon gives you tiered returns for everything that you put in. The lowest tier is at $5 a proponent, That'll get you a number of benefits like participating in polls for the channel, getting your name at the end of every single piece of long-form content, special access to members-only areas in our Discord, and otherwise helping me to keep this all going. That all being said, I thank you all for your time here once more, and I hope that you never miss your opportunities.